Good afternoon, distinguished eminent, His Excellency, great people, the royalty that we have in our midst this afternoon. We first and foremost want to apologize for starting slightly behind schedule, but we promise that we'll try to keep this to time and make sure that we'll finish up the program. We want to welcome you all to the Maiden edition of the Memorial Lecture in honor of our doyen, a great man who has actually made great opportunity for we the younger generation to have impact in this economy through accountancy in person of Mr. Akintola William, CBE, CFR, BCom, FCA, the doyen of accountancy profession in Nigeria and by extension Africa, because we all know the impact of accountancy in Nigeria influencing on the outside world. We will be commencing the program, but before then, I won't be doing this alone today. I have somebody that will be moderating the program, and is a face we are all familiar with, a presenter with the Channels Television. Join me as I welcome Babajide Ogunsawo.
Thank you very much, Eson. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The program of event for today is on page 5. It's about 3 hours, maximum 3.5 hours, 3.5 hours filled with a lot of value, a lot of insights, a lot of reflections. 3 hours. But before we go into that, it's important that we know where the washroom is. For men, it's behind you by the left. For ladies, behind you by the right. It is also important that we know, in the unlikely situation of an emergency such as fire, we have 5 exits inside the hall. One to my right. The second is where I'm pointing to. And then the third and fourth, the major entrance, and the fifth by my left. So we have 5 fire exits within the building, and clearly in case of this unlikely emergency, we all will meet outside by the muster point. Just before we go into the national and ICAN anthems, if you open to page 5 of this program, there's something that's really struck me, Sheson. Yeah. And that's, even though ICAN is all about accounting, I've seen the power of politics play out in this program of events. If everyone can just quickly turn to page 5, and it's all about Nigeria. It's power rotation, the whole principle of equity. If you all focus on the first program on the item, it says national and ICAN items and anthems. National and ICAN anthems. However, if you look at Number 13 on your program of events. It has changed. It is now ICAN.
And national anthem.
So you see. So even in ICAN, Nigeria is happening to ICAN. There has to be a balance. So we'll start with the national anthem and ICAN anthems, and then at the end of the program, we'll then reverse it. We'll move from north to south. So we'll start with the ICAN anthems, and then we'll end with the national anthem.
Thank you very much, Jude. I think to commence the program, it will be nice to have some of our dignitaries that are very much present here us mount the stage high up, then we can go straight to the national anthem. The man who is playing the host here today is the 60th president of our great institute. In the institute, we refer to him as the Diamond President. Please put your hands together as we welcome to the high table Chief Davidson Chizoke Alaribe, FCA. Please encourage my president as he takes his seat. Also to be seated with Mr. President, high stage is the governor of Lagos State, whom have actually sent a representative to us today. Please join me as I welcome the representative of the Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Commissioner of Finance, Mr. Abayomi Oluyomi, FCA. Please come up, sir. Also to join them on the high table, we have the chairman of session, whom we know as a very close allied and associate of the Doyen. When you talked about the Doyen, you always get our Papa very close to him. Please join me as I welcome high stage the chairman of session, Chief Emeka Anyako, GCON, GCVO, CFR, CON. Also to join them on the high table is the lead paper presenter for today, a man saddled with the responsibility of managing the organization, the firm established by our founding father years back. Please join me as I welcome upstage our lead paper presenter, Mr. Fatai Folari, FCA. We have eminent discussants that will be discussing paper today, and like Jide said, one thing about our institute is we have a balanced stance, and our leaders have made us to understand that if accountants don't get involved in politics, then who give account of everything that we do, knowing fully well that the only profession that will be recognized when you leave this world is accounting. So we need to get involved in politics. Join me as I welcome the discussants of today's panel session. We have in our midst Professor Atairu Jega, OFR. Also, as a discussant this morning, we have our own. When I say our own, past governor of Ogun State, senator who has served this country meritoriously, and also a man that gives so much to this institute. He is no other person than Senator Ibikunle Amosu, CON-FCA. I want to specially recognize the chairman of the body of past president of our great institutes. This is the man who coordinate the affairs of our leaders and give direction for we, the younger generation coming up. Please join me to welcome the chairman of the body of past president, who happened to be the president 2000-2001. Jam your hands together for Sir Albert Adewale Agbebi, FCA. I'm sure everybody will be wondering, MC, there is a seat vacant at the middle. Who have you reserved the seat for? It's for our special guest of honor, who has actually put everything together to make sure that he's here today. But I can assure you in the next few minutes, from the indication I got, he will be joining us. And that seat is reserved for no other person than Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR. Trust me, when Baba comes, he will definitely take his seat. And I think to the other end, I will be yielding that for my moderator when the time to moderate the session commences. And on that note, may I humbly request us to please be upstanding as we take the national anthem and the ICAN anthem. The technical team, over to you, please.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Program, I'll implore us to please, we have the arrival of the special guest of honor, our own Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, our former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please make it loud and loud for our special guest of honor. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. We quickly want to take the opening prayer. Oh, pardon me, we have to interject that. You know, when Baba comes in, I must definitely put myself back in under. So ICAN anthem, technical team, please, can we have it?
Bless God, I can fount of treasure in triumph of an Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Noble ICAN, noble ICAN, your accuracy we cherish. We uphold your integrity.
Thank you. While we're still standing, I appeal we'll take our program and open to page 6. We'll take the third stanza of the national anthem. We'll recite it as our opening prayer. 1, 2, go. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, a soul with peace and plenty. Nigeria may be blessed. Thank you very much. Please, let's have a seat. Once again, I want to welcome us all to the Maiden Memorial Lecture in honor of the Doyen of Accountancy Profession in Nigeria, Mr. Akintola Williams. And permit me at this point, I quickly want to recognize some of the dignitaries that we have in our midst this afternoon. Gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the Diamond President of our great institute, the 60th President of ICAN, Chief DCS Alaribe, FCA. Also on the eye table is our special guest of honor for today, a man who has so much passion for this institute and has honored our invitation. Join me to welcome Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR. Also on the eye table, let me recognize the chairman of session for today, a friend of our institute, a friend of our late Doyen. Please put your hands together for Chief Emeka Anyoko, GCON, GCVO, CFR, CON. Thank you very much, sir. The representative of the governor of Lagos State, very much present here. The Honorable Commissioner of Finance, our own. Please put your hands together for Mr. Abayomi Oluyomi, FCA. Also very much on the eye table is our lead paper presenter for today. Please put your hands together for Mr. Fatai Folari, FCA. The chairman of the body of past presidents who directs the affairs of our leaders. Please join me to welcome our president, 2000-2001, Sir Abad Adewale Agbebi, FCA. Our discussants for today during the panel session, we are very much present here physically with us, our own Professor Atairu Jega, OFR. Our own and the former governor of Ogun State, we have Senator Ibikunle Amosu, CON, FCA. Joining us virtually as a discussant, of which Jide will be moderating when the time comes, is a distinguished eminence, a woman of excellence. She'll be joining us virtually, and she's committed to make sure that things that has to do with the institute, she contributes her quota. Please put your hands together for our virtual discussant, Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili, FCA. While I proceed in the recognition of the dignitaries we have here, Let me recognize the presidency of our great institute. We are very much present here in our midst. The second Deputy Vice President, Dr. Etofola Osuji, MNI, FCA. The immediate past president of our institute, Dr. Innocent Okwosa, FCA. The honorary treasurer of our great institute, Dr. Olusheyi Olanrewaju, FCA. The members of the governing council of our great institute, very much present here. We have Chief Oye Akinsulere, Honorable Nasiru Mohammed, Mr. Tajuddin Olayinka, Chief Chibuzo Ayanichi, Mr. Gaddafi Omar Eorajmo. We have also Mr. Sylvester Unwana, FCA, also Mr. Michael Folusho Daudu, FCA, Mr. Matthias Dafo, FCA, Chief Ezekiel Anaga, FCA, Chief Dr. David Olubenga Omideji, FCA, Mr. Augustine Iren, FCA, Ms. Mbang Ogon Esu, FCA, Mrs. Sheon Ejodame, FCA, who are physically present here with us today. I want to also recognize some other dignitaries that I have their name very much present here, and they are the revered past president of our great institutes. We have our president for 1998-1999, Sir ICAN-ngr. Also, I still have to recognize the chairman of BOPC, who is the chairman, president 2000-2001, Sir Abad Agbebi, FCA. We also have president 2003-2004, Bashorun Jaye Randu, OFR, CFR, FCA. President 2004-2005, we have Mrs. Ibironke Mojisola Oshiyemi, FCA. President 2005-2006, we have Al-Aji Otumba Abdul-Latif Adebayo Owoyemi, FCA. Also very much present here physically, we have President 2018-2019, Al-Aji Razak Jayola, BSc ACFE, CIREC, FCA, thank you. President 2021-2022, we have Dr. Mrs. Comfort Olujumoke Eyitayo, MNI OON, FCA, and our immediate past president, Dr. Innocent Okwosa. I want to specially recognize the children of the man that we have come to celebrate today. We are very much present here in our midst, physically, Miss Tokumbo Williams. Please a round of applause for her. Also in our midst, we have Mr. Shani Williams. We also have the Oloriebi of the Williams family. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Jumoke Macaulay. A member of the family who today is representing royalty. We have the honor to welcome Dr. I. Chief Folarin Williams, the Logemo of Egbaland, representing the Alake of Egbaland. Thank you very much. He's serving two purposes today. He's a member of the family and also representing the royal father. Also in our midst, let me recognize the royal fathers that we have in our midst today. It's our honor to recognize our own, the Akaribo of Remoland, His Royal Majesty Babatunde Ajayi, FCA. Kábíyèsí. Also very much present here among our royal fathers is one of our own too, the Ranodu of Immortaland, His Royal Majesty Oba Ajibade Bakari Agoro, FCA. We also have the Alara of Ilara Kingdom, Epe, Oba Olufolarin Ogunsanwo. Also in our midst, we have Oba Monsuru Oladega, who is very much here with us in the many place. Kabiyesi to all our father. I think as a sign of respect, let's together give royalty that which we know how to do. Kabiyesi. Thank you very much. I want to also recognize all the family members from the Williams. Permit me, I may not be able to take you one after the other. You are all recognized. Please, a round of applause for them. To the Registrar Chief Executive, who has worked tirelessly to make sure he get this done with his team. Please put your hands together for Dr. Lanre Olasukomi, FCA. The Deputy Registrar, Technical Service, Mrs. Ijoma Anaso. You are highly recognized. The recognition will be incomplete if I do not recognize those who have served this institute in the capacity of registrars, setting the record straight. And we have the honor to have in our midst our own Baba, Pa GM Okufi of CA. Kabiyesi, thank you very much. I know that man made great impact, and that's why you have to throw that to you. Thank you, sir. We also have in our midst our own Mr. Rotimi Omotosho, FCA. Thank you very much, sir. Registrar Emeritus, Mr. Toyin Adepate, FCA. And the man I will always refer to as the youngest of our registrar, who is always there to support all the time, Professor Ahmed Kumshe. Please, a round of applause for him also. It gives me the honor to also recognize the representative of Kogi State Governor here, the head of service, Mr. Elijah Eviname, FCA. Also the representative of the Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Ray Ozelue. Thank you very much. We appreciate your coming. Please, all the district chairmen, very much present here. I may not be able to recognize you one after the other. Can you be upstanding for recognition so that we can please help us appreciate all our district chairmen for their support. It gives me great pleasure also to recognize the representative of the governor of Kaduna State. We have in our midst SSA on special duty, Ahmed Kabir Aliu. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much. We appreciate your coming. We also have in our midst the Accountant General for Kaduna State, Bashir Sulaiman Zantu. Thank you very much. The representative of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Abuja, we have Njeze Chukuma, the Director of Finance and Account. Thank you very much for making our time. We appreciate it. Even though I don't have the name here, but I know I still reside in Lagos, and I know I have to recognize the Accountant General of Lagos State. Please join me to welcome Dr. Muritala Abiodun, FCA. Thank you very much, sir. The other time I saw my own sister, the Senior Special Advisor to the Governor on the internal audit, Dr. Mrs. Oyeyemi Ayola, FCA. Please, can we put our hands together? Thank you very much. Pardon me, you know I still reside in Lagos and I don't want my residency to be deployed to another state. My professional colleagues that are here physically, those that are joining us virtually, I want to welcome you all to this maiden edition of the lecture for Doyen, which is happening here today. On this note, permit me to welcome for okay, one thing I can assure you is as we move on, the people in charge of protocol will definitely get across to us, and I can give you that thumbs up that will definitely recognize everyone that matters in this particular place. I can cite the immediate past president of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, Chief Adeshino Adedayo, FCA. Thank you very much. You are highly recognized. I believe the protocol will definitely get across to us some of other dignitaries that we have here. Representative of the Big Four, you are highly represented, you are highly recognized, and we welcome you all. On that note, let me invite for the welcome address the Diamond President.
I think you forgot to also specially recognize those that bought petrol at 897 naira. It's important.
Thank you very much. That is why you are here to also. And I want to specially recognize all those who had made this trip, professional colleagues, members, friends of the institute that we refer to as FCA. Please celebrate and appreciate yourself. Make it louder for you to drive down to this place all the way from your destination at the cost of 897.
897.
897.
When Baba was jogging up,
Yeah.
I was smiling and I was crying. Because I recollected that Baba left us with 75 naira per liter. So the amount of money that you need, that you'll have used then to buy one full 25 liters keg, will only give you 2 liters now.
God will have mercy. Jide. Thank you very much, Baba. We appreciate that. I'm being made to understand that we have joining us virtually to Chief Mrs. Eo Adegita, Revered Past President. We appreciate and we acknowledge you. The Executive Secretary, Abwa, Dr. Abel Asain, FCA, you are specially recognized. Thank you very much. We have our Revered Past President, who is also joining virtually, Mr. Doyin Owolabi. That's the President for 2012-2013. We also have Mrs. Akirele, Mrs. Yemi Akingbe, Chief John Odeyemi of the Williams family. You are all recognized. On this note, permit me to invite to the podium the Diamond President of our great institute, the 60th President. Join me as I welcome Chief Davidson Chizioke Stephen Alaribe, FCA, for his welcome address. Please make it loud for Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Cesar. Our time is fast spent. I have stepped down my speech. In an afternoon mass, the Reverend Father does not preach much. If not, the communicants will start going. They want to take their communion and pray and go home. So the paper presenters, they've been notified and they prepared so much to give us. So there's no point for the president to start giving a lengthy speech because I'm a historian. That means I'll start giving stories. Having said that, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, the former president of this country, you are welcome, sir. His Excellency is a man of his word. When we visited him about 10 days ago, he told us he will be in Port Harcourt, but he will try and see that he will leave the event this morning by 10 o'clock and meet us. He said he will be a bit late, and he wasn't more than 5 minutes late. Sir, you're welcome. His Excellency Chief Emeka Anyoku, GCON, the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, you're welcome, sir. Let me now stand on the existing protocols. I believe the protocols will not collapse. I'm not heavy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome everyone to this great occasion. We are enjoying the vision of a man. We are celebrating his legacy. Chief Akintola Williams, even though he refused to answer a chief, but we say he's ICAN chief. ICAN chief Akintola Williams was a man who had a vision that he wanted people to enjoy. That's why some of us are chartered accountants. He celebrated the killing of a lion in his homeland, not only in England. I won't say much than to say that this man had done so much for us. His humility, the man who refused to be membership number 1. There were 14 that had the first meeting of the Association of Accountants in Nigeria. 14 of them, they were to allocate numbers. We were told that the man said, let numbers be allocated based on your surname. He now became number 0014. How many of us can do that? That's a takeaway for us to go and digest. And on that note, I welcome everyone. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Just like my president said, in the afternoon mass, you don't delay so much. So we are moving on a very fast pace to make sure that we have this program within time. I'm being made to understand that we, the master of ceremony, we refuse to introduce ourselves. And let me introduce my main anchor for today, Babajide Ogunsowo of the Channels Television. Please help me celebrate my colleague, a very great man doing exploit. And myself, Olusesan Okwade, FCA, because I need to emphasize that so that you will know I'm one of you and I'm not a foreigner. On that note, I want to invite for his speech the Lagos State Governor, ably represented by the Honorable Commissioner of Finance. Please join me as I welcome to the podium Mr. Abayomi Oluyomi, FCA.
So this one. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. The special guest of honor, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, former President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Good afternoon, sir. Chief Emeka Anyaoku, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Good afternoon. The past governor of Lagos of Ogun State, Senator Ibikule Amosun, the president of ICAN, Chief Alaribe, and all other council members, eminent traditional rulers here present. Good afternoon, everyone. Professional colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me just stand on the existing protocol. I'm here to represent the governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, who actually wanted to be here, but had to accompany the president outside the country. So I will read his address. Being an address delivered by Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State, at the first Akintola Memorial Lecture on Wednesday, 4th September 2024, at the Shell Hall, Muson Center, Race Course, Marina, Onikon, Lagos. It is a great honor for me to join the special guest of honor, Your Excellency, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and Chief Emeka Anyaoku, former Commonwealth Secretary General, and other eminent and distinguished guests at this historic gathering, the first Akintola Williams Memorial Lecture. We are here to celebrate the life and legacy of an extraordinary individual whose contributions have not only shaped the accountancy profession in Nigeria, but also laid a solid foundation for the ethical and professional standards that continue to guide us today. Chief Akintola Williams, who was born on the 9th of August 1919, was the first Nigerian to qualify as a chartered accountant, a milestone that marked the beginning of a lifelong commitment to developing the accounting profession in our country. His efforts led to the establishment of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, in 1965, an institution that has since become a hallmark of professionalism and ethical standards. Chief Akintola's contributions also extended beyond the boundaries of his profession, touching various aspects of national development. Mr. Akintola Williams was a visionary, a pioneer, and a leader whose impact transcended boundaries of his profession. His commitment to integrity, excellence, and nation building set a benchmark that continues to inspire all of us today. His legacy is one of unwavering dedication to the principles of professionalism, and it is fitting that we gather here today to honor him through a discourse on leadership, an area where he led by example throughout his life. As we reflect on the theme of this lecture, leadership dynamics, current realities and way forward, we are reminded of the profound influence that strong ethical leadership can have on the development of our nation. Today, we are privileged to have amongst us esteemed individuals whose contributions to nation building are both remarkable and enduring. It is most gratifying, however, that the keynote speaker for today is Mr. Fatai Folarin, whose expertise and insights continue to shape the professional and financial sector of our country. And the distinguished discussant, Professor Atahiru Jega, will delve into and do justice to this auspicious topic set for today's lecture. In today's fast evolving global landscape, where technology and globalization have woven lives together in an unimaginable way, leadership must embrace a global outlook. Modern leaders are tasked with navigating a world where decisions in one region can resonate across the globe. This interconnectedness presents both opportunities and challenges, requiring leaders to harness technology to spur innovation while staying mindful of its ethical considerations. As we engage in today's discussions, let us draw inspiration from the exemplary life of Mr. Akintola Williams and the distinguished contributions of these esteemed individuals. The challenges we face today demand the same level of commitment, integrity, and visionary leadership that Mr. Williams exemplified. Let this lecture be a catalyst for a renewed commitment to the values that he held very, very dear. Values that are essential for the continued growth and prosperity of our nation. I commend the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria for organizing this event and for their unwavering commitment to upholding the legacy of Mr. Akintola Williams. His life is a testament to the power of leadership rooted in integrity. And it's our collective responsibility to ensure that his legacy continues to inspire future generations. I thank you for listening, and I pray that the legacy of Mr. Akintola Williams will continue to guide us as we navigate the complexities of our time. Thank you for listening. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Just before I call on Chief Obasanjo, you know, the most remarkable thing about Chief Obasanjo's speech is what he did or what he does before the speech, which is the writing. A lot of writing. And going back history, some years back, I met one of Baba's colleagues when they were finding solutions to the Biafra situation in the late 60s, 69 to 70, and I asked him that, where did this name OBJ really come from? And what he told me was shocking. He said, yes, the abbreviation of his name seems like the OBJ, but that in reality, that when they were all trying to work together to find solutions to Biafra, that he will make a statement and let's be objective, and he will keep using the word objective. And so they started calling him OBJ. The OBJ, objective. And it's it's remarkable that after all these years, is actually one of the only two men sitting here that were born in the 1930s. You heard me right. Born in the 1930s and today still jogging up in 2024. It's extremely, almost impossible to introduce him, but we have we can only do it in a very different way, not just by words. So we'd like to share the thoughts of the Institute on our own President, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo.
His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, served as Nigeria's head of state from 1976 to 1979 and later as its president from 1999 to 2007. Leading the first democratic power transfer, implementing economic reforms, and establishing various institutions such as the ICPC, EFCC, among others. He revitalized the African Union, supported NEPAD and the African Peer Review Mechanism, and promoted regional cooperation through ECOWAS. Chief Olusegun Obasanjo also mediated conflicts in Angola, Burundi, and the DRC, and was appointed UN Special Envoy to the Great Lakes region in 2008. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR.
With a round of applause, please welcome our special guest of honor, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo.
Please be seated. Chief Akintola, I think on the program, I see you as chairman. But I don't know whether you are chairman of the occasion or chairman of the panel or chairman of all of us here. But Mr. Chairman, the president. But I better remind you that your president is with small p.o. Well, please sit down. Because if you start feeling that president and you go out of here and you know what can happen to you. The representative of Governor of Lagos State tried to establish a protocol. But I don't think your protocol is good enough. I will establish my own. Because, yes, you probably remember everybody on the high table. But I don't think you remember Jega. Jega, well, before I come to you, I will go to my former governor, Governor Abikunle Amosu. Now, you fox me. Oga, I will just call you Oga, because I don't, I should have asked the president. So, Oga, and then Jaga. Jaga, I think anywhere you go in Nigeria or in the world, we will remember that you ran an election that if not perfect, but it was credible, fair, free and fair. I wish you have taught those who took after you the way you did it, and maybe they will have done better than they have done. Anyway, that's for another day. The representative of Governor of Lagos State. Another guy here. My lords temporal. That's how I will refer to the traditional rulers here, Kabisi, Adiakpelori, Batapelese. And then the fellows of the Chartered of ICAN. Well, President, I want to thank you because when you came to me, I made the point that I will be in Eswatini, where I was until day before yesterday. And I will be in Ghana, where I was until yesterday. And I will be in Port Harcourt, where I was until this morning. And I said I will come. I'm happy to be here. The one we are honoring with this memorial lecture, as I said to you, Mr. President, when you came, he deserves, when he was alive, and now that he's not alive, he deserves every honor that we can confer on him posthumously. Not for what he did for the profession of accountancy in this country and by extension in Africa, but by what he did in this country, politically, socially, and economically. Politically, he was one of the founders of Egbe Odudua. And we know how Egbe Odudua metamorphosed into a formidable party in this country before independence and after. But what do we see in his life? For me, when you look at his background, he has a good pedigree. And in African society, particularly in the one in which I was born and bred, pedigree matters. Background matters. Forgive me if I have to put in a bit of it in Yoruba, because it's better said in Yoruba. Ọmọ Tani, whose son is he, or whose daughter? Akintola William, the grandfather, the father. He had a very noble heritage and legacy, and he brought it throughout and making It helped him throughout his life. The topic, and I don't want to take away from what the lecturer and those who will be discussing the lecture will be giving us. But the topic, leadership dynamics, current realities and way forward. Current realities, no character in leadership. Current realities, impunity in misbehavior. Current realities, no consequence for misdemeanor or misconduct. Current realities, insensitivity of the greatest order. Defiance. Being inconsiderate. Now these are current realities. You can go on. Then, what is the way forward? I will start from what I said about Papa Akintola Williams' pedigree, background, upbringing, character, morality, ethics, value, and virtue. And again, if I may put it in Yoruba, koto. Eléyìí koto. Any leader that does not know koto is not worth being a leader. And he will do anything. He will go for anything. Koto. And Omoluabi. I believe it's just fortuitous that I'm here as special guest. I interacted with Papa Akintola Williams. For a bit, I wasn't as close to him as my late friend and brother, Femi Olopade was. But it was through him that I made my way to Akintola Williams. And some 8 years ago, I was called upon to give what then was called First Akintola Williams Lecture. And the topic was Nigeria, yesterday, today, tomorrow, governance and accountability. Very close to what we are talking about today, leadership, dynamics, current realities, and way forward. And if, before coming here, I said, look, let me look at that lecture of 8 years ago. There is nothing you will take out of that lecture if you are giving it today. Nothing has changed. If anything, things have gone worse. So what is the way forward? I leave it to the lecturer and to you. I believe that we surely need a moral rearmament. If you like, call it BA, begin again. God will surely show us the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That's the remarks by our special guest of honor, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. In accounting terms, they say, how do you usher a general back to his seat? You open a general ledger. And so it's, and like we all started, you now see the real meaning of OBJ. The speech was very... Thank you, sir. Just before I introduce the chairman of the session, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, for your remarks, sir, one thing that strikes me clearly from the highlights from Baba's discussion is how he broke down current realities and way forward. Current realities and way forward. And even though I'm not going to attempt to summarize what Baba has said, I listened and again, because it's ICAN, thought of it in accounting terms. So the first thing that comes to my mind is the balance sheet. There are only two parts in the balance sheet: assets and liabilities. So we look at current realities and way forward. And without doubt, current realities for us is a liability. And the way forward is perhaps our assets. So the issue, I think, the chairman of the session will perhaps want to now really focus on is how we are going to balance these balance sheets. Chief Emeka Anyaoku is someone, a great man, permit me to use the word, that he has emphasized that for Nigeria, sometimes the way forward is backwards. And by backwards is the constitution. So we have to reflect in all of this as we talk about our leadership dynamics and we look at our balance sheets. Kindly, please let's have the thoughts and the...
Chief Emeka Anyaoku has had a distinguished career in leadership, serving with the Commonwealth Development Corporation and in the Commonwealth Secretariat as the 3rd Secretary General. He played a key role in promoting democracy and conflict resolution in Africa and continues to fulfill traditional duties while remaining a respected global figure. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Chief Emeka Anyaoku, GCON, CFR, TC, GCVO.
Your Excellency, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, Chief Alaribe, the Diamond President of ICAN, and may I be permitted to stand on existing protocol. I would like to thank the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria for inviting me to chair what they call the session. And perhaps I would say to Chief Obasanjo that my understanding of that was that I would chair the proceedings of today. I remember my great pleasure in giving the lecture to celebrate the 95th birthday of Mr. Akintola Williams in this same venue. I'd like to congratulate ICAN for honoring the memory of Mr. Akintola Williams, their founding president, with this maiden lecture. As is well known and as is shown on the screen before us, Mr. Akintola Williams was the doyen of chartered accountancy, but not only in Nigeria, but throughout Black Africa. And he had offices in several African countries. Akintola Williams' contribution to Nigeria's trade and commercial development, including the establishment of the Nigerian Stock Exchange, was monumental. On a personal note, I was glad to join him last year in his house to celebrate his 104th birthday, and also to have the privilege of succeeding him as the patron of the Nigeria-Britain Association, for which I was his vice patron for many years. The theme of today's lecture, Leadership Dynamics, Current Realities and Way Forward, is very apt given the present situation of our country. And in addition to having our distinguished special guest of honor, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, we have what I would describe as a star-studded cast of participants in the lecture. The keynote speaker, Mr. Fatai Folarin, the CEO of Deloitte and Touche, and the discussants, Professor Atahiru Jega, Senator Ibikunle Amosu, and I had expected to see Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili. We all know that at present, the Nigerian project is not working. We are faced in this country with challenges that are immense. To name just a few, there is insecurity of life and property. There is an underperforming economy resulting in mass poverty and hunger. There is deficient infrastructure, including power, health, and education facilities. And above all, there is growing divisiveness, which continues to undermine the sense of national unity. Our hope and prayer is that the reforms which the present national leadership has started will be expanded to address effectively the fundamental cause of Nigeria's problems. But I must now give way to our keynote speaker and discussants, whose comments, I hope, will throw some light on the desirable qualities of leadership and its significance in government and institutions, especially in the present circumstances of our country. I thank you all for listening.
Please, let's make it better for our chairman of session, a great man that has served this country, Chief Emeka Anyako, GCON, GCVO, CFR, CON. Please, another round of applause for him. The words of the elders are words of wisdom, quite disheartening that some of the foundations that our fathers laid seems to be shaky, but we are here today to understand the dynamics of leadership, the way forward from this. Before I invite our lead paper presenter for his presentation, permit me to recognize the Vice President of our great institute, joining us virtually, Malam Aruna Yaya, MNI, FCA. We also have the representative of the CBN Governor, the Director of Other Financial Institutions, Arogundade Wasiu Abayomi. Please a round of applause for him. And also we have in our midst retired Deputy Registrar, Corporate Service for ICAN, Mr. Mukaila Lawal, FCA. And on these notes, the technical team, can you please flag the profile of our lead paper presenter before I yield the floor to him?
Mr. Fatai Folarin, FCA, is the CEO of the Lloyd's Nigeria and West African leader with nearly 3 decades of experience. Previously, the West Africa tax leader, Mr. Folarin, became Deputy CEO in 2015 and CEO in 2016. He focuses on shaping the Lloyd's strategy and supporting government initiatives to benefit the economy and community. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Fatai Folarin, FCA.
Mr. Fatai will be discussing with us on the topic, leadership dynamics, current realities, and the way forward. Please a round of applause for him as he takes the podium.
Good afternoon. It's actually very difficult for me to start this, especially with the president on the seat. The real president. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for bringing technology to every one of us. Because we made technology a handheld matter. And today we're all beneficiaries of some of those things, among many reforms that you actually instituted during your time. So thank you so much. And we are so grateful, and forever we'll continue to be grateful as long as technology exists in this Nigeria country of ours. Thank you, sir. And the governor of Lagos State, represented by the commissioner, so thank you so much for being part of it. Chief Emeka Yoko, thank you so much, sir. I also want to recognize especially the governor of my state of origin, former governor Ibikunle Amosu. Thank you so much for everything. The ICAN president, I can't but say thank you so much for the honor of this moment. The president of past president, Chief Agbebi, thank you so much. You are one of the people that actually gave me employment when I started my days. So thank you so much for being there. And I'm asking myself, do I have the privilege to speak before you and many other people at the high table? Professor Atari Jega, we've had conversation before we came on the stage. I cannot but imagine the erudite nature of your presentation today. So thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's actually a big honor. But before I go ahead, I also want to specially recognize our traditional rulers in the room. Kabiesi, Kadekpelori, Kibatakpelese. And especially recognition to my Kabiesi from my ancestral home, Shagamu. They are Karibu of Remo, FCA. Thank you, Kabiesi. This is a big honor to give us the opportunity to stand in front of us and speak about leadership dynamics, current realities, and way forward. And before I start to talk, everyone that has spoken, including the president and the only president, has spoken about this topic. And they've actually touched on it, and Professor Atari Jeda and other discussants will also discuss. And you can approach this topic from a different perspective. It can be approached from the political side, from the societal side, from the organizational structure. I mean, many aspects to which you can look at leadership and you want to come to a conclusion. Each aspect of the topic that you pick, there will be a conclusion. And it actually touches back on leadership. So my focus today is actually to address leadership in terms of what we could look at within a bit of a societal aspect, looking at it from the organizational dynamics, and also a bit of inference to the country, our country, Nigeria. But before I go into this, I'd like to just thank ICAN for the opportunity that I have to stand in front of you as a direct beneficiary of the noble work of late Akintola Williams. We cannot but say thank you to the family and also to appreciate everyone in the room. Today, the firm, that Akintola Williams established with Mama at the time, is boast of 53 partners in the firm today. We are growing, and as our last cast of our financial year, May, we recorded a 50.5 billion in revenue. And if you look at the trajectory to which we're going within the first quarter, we're probably going to make a nonsense of that number by end of our financial year next year. So this is an organization that Papa set up, and is alive, and is living. And that is leadership in its own form. It's a way of creating the future for our people. And when you look at the Akintola Williams, you can look at my presentation from page 16 forward. Now, what do I need to touch when I speak about Akintola Williams? Papa, it's a leader that everyone has described from different words. You talk about visionary. If Akintola Williams did not have that visionary thinking, I'm not sure today we'll talk of Deloitte in Nigeria. We're not going to be talking of ICAN. We will not talk of the Nigeria Stock Exchange, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, and many other organizations that Akintola Williams either pioneer or led or established. So we have every reason to give credit to Akintola Williams. One of those things that you also look at one of the attributes that has been laid credit to here by the president is Omoluabi, a true son. Akintola Williams held on tightly integrity as a major watchword. He's never late to meetings. He gets ready for everything that he does. He prepares himself. He wants trust. He wants you to exhibit it, and he also exhibits it as number one. Akintola Williams will tell you that he's going to get things done, and he will get it done. And this can be attested to by the past partners of the firm and everybody that worked with him. But one thing that was unique in Akintola Williams' leadership style that I actually hold on dearly to was each time you go to Akintola Williams, before he died, anytime we have to go to him, if you have an 8 o'clock meeting with Papa, he will come down from his room upstairs in his house, dressed and ready, and is seated at his desk as somebody going to the office. Even in retirement, at the age of 96, at the age of 100, he would dress up in the morning, is seated, and is ready for you. You don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for Papa. Papa will be waiting for you. That was a unique, exemplary leadership that I actually first saw, and I asked my colleagues and partners, what are we doing about this? We need to imbibe this culture. In terms of moral values, Akintola Williams exhibited it in many ways to which all of us can point to in the room. And if I give microphone to everybody in the room, we will have every reason to point to specifics of what Akintola Williams exhibited in terms of moral values. And I can see a number of people in the room, past partner of the firm, giving acknowledgement to this statement. But Akintola Williams saw the future. So when I'm making reference to the firm because that's what I really can quickly make reference to. When he established the firm, he had it at the back of his mind, the direction and the focus to which he wanted his organization and everywhere he belongs to be. He started with the fact that he needs to challenge the existing businesses that were in operation at the time. And he set up a firm that would stand those challenges. He was getting calls and professional requests as much as all the big firms that was in the country at the time. When he moved forward, he had a thought of the future. And that was where he took the firm, Akintola Williams & Co., outside Nigeria to Cameroon and a number of other countries and established branches in those countries. He also saw the need for him to align with international organizations. And today, the metamorphosis of that is what we have as Deloitte today. And when I look at this impact, Deloitte eventually looked at Akintola Williams. When we look at some of those things he's done, and we had his name printed in gold at Deloitte National Office in New York. If you go to New York office of Deloitte today, you will see Akintola Williams' legacy exhibited in a number of places as a reference to his exemplary leadership. And that is some of those things that the question we ask ourselves. How do we move forward in terms of discussion on leadership? And I want to look at this by looking at what do we normally see in our environment today. What we see when you talk of leadership are the traditional approach to which we all grew up with. Power, command, direction. Our presence command all the respect that should be within an environment. Leadership, in terms of the traditional approach, is everything centered around one individual. you have to be the only person to be respected. And the moment that person is not around you, everything crumbles. There's challenge. So today, if you look at the next page, maybe I should use. If you look at the way environments are cultured now, and the challenges we're seeing in the current environment, looking at page, let me just get a page. On page 18, I try to make reference to the traditional type of leadership, where we're talking about how everything is centered around individuals. A command structure. A structure in which everything is centered around one organization. And if you look at past experience in these countries, we've had leaders, wherever they get to, everyone within the organization disappears. Nothing happens if they are not around. But let's ask a question. Was that the kind of leadership Akintola Williams exhibited? The answer is no. Akintola Williams, at the age of 63, came up and said he's going to be a difference. At the age of 63, he decided to retire from the firm and said, I would rather give opportunities to everyone that is coming behind me. As at that time, there was nothing compelling him to exit the firm at the time. But he took a decision, and the decision he took is something that is similar to what you see when you look at the modern method and the contemporary method of leadership. Giving an opportunities for people coming behind us. Giving an opportunity for people to thrive. Imagining a team approach to how things should be done. And that is what Akintola Williams exhibited at that time. He looked at the future, he's asking himself, do I need to remain in this environment and the organization can only grow to the level to which I know? So the question I want to ask is, in the modern contemporary environment, you will see everybody talking about the vision. You're talking about attitude. You're talking about accountability. How accountable are we in the modern environment to which we are? It's easy to come and talk about what has not happened in our environment. But the style of leadership to which we are required today is, how are we also exhibiting what we expect from the leaders? And that is where you look at, moving forward, you look at the environment where you ask yourselves, how effective can I be as a leader? And what are those things that will make us to be effective, even when we speak about things that are not working in our country, what is not working within our organizations, and how can we change the environment to which we belong? Because we are all contributors, and in any form, we are all leaders in our respect. In our respective environment, where we start to embrace what should we be doing in order to make a change in each environment to which we direct and rule. And that's why in the modern environment, you start asking ourselves, as a leader, what values am I putting forward to the people I lead? The values. And without a value definition, it's difficult to come and expect or have an expectation of people we lead. So what is the value of the leaders? And I can ask if to every one of us in the room, we all know the values of what leadership style we experience in this country. And the question we ask ourselves is that the kind of values we expect of the country? We're gradually losing a number of things that we as a country should be benefiting from. So what values do we have in our system? The values of directing people. Is our values as leaders in our respective organization well cut out? Did we establish it? Are we able to say to everybody in the room or people we lead, this is the direction to which we want to go? And I'll give an example as to my own personal experience in this regard. When I took over this responsibility, the first thing we decided to do is, we were at distance number 3. And we asked ourselves as partners, which direction do we want to go? So we sat in the room And we had what we called the Abeokuta Accord at the time. And based on the Abeokuta Accord that we decided on, we were able to cut out exactly what we want to pursue. And from a number of 6 billion at the time, today we're talking of 50 billion. And we actually established to ourselves, our direction in terms of the values to which we want people to know is for us to cut that. It's for us to decide on how do we want to move. And so that's how we started. We also did something that was very critical. The people that were going to work with us. Because we regarded, and every one of us, if we ask ourselves, the people's reality is a very big instrument in anything that we drive. When we drive an organization, when you drive a country, when you drive business, even within our family network. Because if people that we have cannot trust us, how do we lead them? Do we adapt to the realities of what they are thinking? And that's part of this kind of question that when we challenge the leaders, it becomes a struggle to have people to follow us because we've lost the honesty and trust of the people that we lead. And that's why each we talk about Nigeria story today, there's always a rising conversation. The room will be electrified. The reason to that is a challenge. Are we losing the people that we lead? How are we communicating with them? And that's part of the question that people always ask us. Also is to ask ourselves, policies, how consistent are we with the policies and the direction of the country? How consistent is Nigeria? How consistent is your organization? How consistent is the environment to which you are in terms of the policy that you set out? Did you set out the policy that will help us to move the organization forward, or we keep changing it? Just because of one factor, the environment, the people, because of an influence, we decided to change policies. Those are issues that will create a doubt in the system, and people that we are leading will start looking at us. Are we doing the right thing? The next question we also need to ask is technology and the tools. I can tell you today, if we establish an organization and we do not pay attention to technology in the way we manage our society, our environment, there will be a failure. I mean, a good example is when we look at the period of COVID. COVID has taught all of us the fact that we need to embrace technology as a means of managing people. Our first fear as leaders of business and organization is, how do we manage people when we can't even go out? But COVID has shown to us that you can actually run organizations to success by embracing technology. And these are some of the virtues that you see of some leaders, that they find it difficult to even embrace technology. And even when they embrace technology, they're not even using it well. But the question is, what should we be doing in this instance? So the realities of what we need to be embracing is, how is our environment adapting to this reality? The environment of Nigeria today comes with a lot of challenges. What is the environment that we need to deal with? The first thing that we need to really remember about the environment is it keeps changing. Happenings in many other countries are affecting us as leaders. And in our decision making, we need to be thinking of what is the impact of the environment as things change. For example, every one of us, we watch what is going on in the US at the moment. We're asking ourselves, what is going to be the impact of the US election? What is the impact of what is going on in Ukraine today? And what is the impact of activities in the Middle East? As leaders, these are some of the things in modern environment today that we consider as decisions are to be taken. Because if we don't consider this, then it starts to affect us. So the environment is a big aspect of this. The next one that I think is of importance to us is the geographical strength of our environment. And also the conflict around us. The conflict that we experience today is actually creating a major challenge to leadership. And we're asking ourselves, in a decision-making process, how are I considering things that are actually outside our control? What are we thinking around that, and how do we want to annex it such that we can use it to the benefit of the environment to which we lead. Thinking about some of these things that we talked about, I'm also trying to refer to us to say, what are those things that we can do to change the environment? And if we do not do it, what can it be to us? The first thing that we came to do is to say, we start having a declining environment. Today, many of us experience Japa syndrome as it affects us. The reason because there's an indication that people are beginning to lose interest. People are leaving the country not because they don't want to be here, but they have to go and be a second-rated citizen outside there. And the question, what we want to say to ourselves is, how do we address this? How do we bring these people back into the country? It's an indication of failure of leadership. If our best brains are leaving the country and they are not with us anymore, competition is a major consideration that we need to consider as a leader. When you run an organization, how is your competitors seeing you? Nigeria nation today has a lot of competitors. Many other countries want to take the best of resources from Nigeria, not because they love us, not because they are to their best of advantage. And we're beginning to lose this best brain within our society. So it's an indication that there's something that is going on within our society that we need to address. But Akintola Williams, in terms of how he sees this, is different. He knows how Thank you. So, looking forward, I have to also look at how do we address some of these issues that we've mentioned in terms of leadership issues. The first one I think we need to do is communication. Are we communicating effectively? As a leader, we're required to effectively communicate to people, to let them understand what are the things we're trying to achieve and how do we intend to achieve it. What are those elements of things that they require in order to perform effectively within the organization? It's also very important for us to ask ourselves, are we, the fear of the future, we need to get ourselves out of that fear and give opportunities to people around us. Are we giving sufficient opportunities to young Nigerians? The question is within us. Nigerians are feeling that they don't have sufficient opportunities and they don't even have a feel of the future to which they're going to live. So when I talk about the way forward, because of time, we need to start asking ourselves. The way forward is to actually sit back and ask ourselves and do a reset as a country. The diversity of our Nigeria environment, how well have we used it in the way we've used it, where we talk of federal character. It's important for us to look at federal character as part of the element for us to move forward. But the question is, are we using it in the right way? Diversity is very critical for us to move forward as a nation, but we have issues in terms of how we do it. Innovation is a critical way for us to think of the way forward. Are we innovative in our way of thinking? And part of the innovation we need to look at is, are we creating opportunities for the future? If we do not create opportunities for the young one of tomorrow, they're not going to trust us. I've spoken about digital technology as a part of the way forward, and that's part of the thing that I think we need to embrace, and we need to reinvent ourselves as a nation. Leadership values is also the last part to which I want to touch, and I've spoken about it in terms of accountability, honesty, integrity, purpose, and courage. The courage we require in this country and in the way we run our organization is actually the trust in the leadership, the trust to which we give people, how we expose our young ones and people around us to believe in the way that we're thinking for the future. In my conclusion, because of time, I'd like to say to every one of us that Akintola Williams was someone that actually had the mind of adapting to the future. He was resilient as a person. He also was able to navigate changes in his environment at the time. And what are the changes he did? Some of which is this premises to which you belong. were seated, Akintola Williams saw the need, in his part of this fact of his love for music, that there's supposed to be a thing that we establish. He created entities, he created organizations to which we are benefiting today. The challenge for me as an individual is, what am I doing to create a challenge for to create a benefit for the future? And it's the benefit to which everyone that we lead enjoy when we exit or when we are no longer in the environment is what people will make reference to. And that was why I could make reference to the president for giving us the telephone. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Please, let's make it better for our lead paper presenter. He's been able to do justice to the topic of discourse, taking us through some critical things, which, because of want of time, I may not be able to give you a brief summary. But there's a take-home from what he has said, which we'll learn from Akintola Williams, and he talks about the issue of having a vision, which Baba set up, having the right attitude. Like we all know, what makes 100% in every calculation is the submission of the alphabet attitude. Having accountability, as one of the fulcrum of making sure things work well, and having the right values. Are we actually giving the right values to the upcoming generation? And he was able to take us through the dynamics to make sure. He concluded by letting us know that you need to be adaptable, resilient, and actually navigate the effective change around you. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Fatai Folarin. So without wasting so much time, we want to go to the panel session, and this will be moderated by my colleague, Jide. So I'll quickly roll out the discussant. We have a brief profile of who they are, and the first on the list as our discussant is Professor Atairu Jega, OFR. Technical, can I have that, please?
Professor Atairu Jega, OFR, was the chairman of Nigeria's ICAN-ngr 2010 to 2015, overseeing key elections. A former vice-chancellor of Bayero University and academic leader, Professor Jega has published extensively on Nigerian politics, received numerous awards, and serves on various committees, including the Kofi Annan Foundation Electoral Integrity Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Professor Atairu Jega, OFR.
Thank you very much. I'll still invite you, sir. I'm just introducing everyone. I will invite you, sir. Just pardon me. The other discussants, as I want to roll it, we also have Senator Ibikunle Amosu, CON FCA. Technical, can we have the profile, please? Senator
Ibikunle Amosu, CON FCA, served as a two-term governor of Ogun State and a two-term senator. He was first elected as a senator representing Ogun Central from 2003 to 2007 and re-elected in 2019. Senator Amosu was elected governor of Ogun State in 2011 and re-elected in 2015. He has received several awards for his leadership, security initiatives, and contributions to economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Senator Ibikunle Amosu.
Thank you very much. And the last discussant joining us virtually is our own Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili, FCA. Technical, can we roll that?
FCA. Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili, FCA, is an economic policy expert and transparency advocate, former vice president for the World Bank Africa and co-founder of Transparency International. She has served as Nigeria's Minister of Solid Minerals and Education, driving reforms in governance and human capital development. Dr. Ezekwesili is involved in various international boards and organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili, FCA.
On that note, I hand over the podium to my colleague, Babajide Ogunsanwo of the Channels TV, for the moderation of this panel session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the panel session, we have a timeline for 45 minutes, But we'll change that a bit because I think what a lot of people want is the questions and answers, which will be more interactive. So we will have questions, we'll have a paper. The ushers will go around with a paper. Please just signify with your hands on whatever questions you want to ask the great minds on the platform. All right, we'll have a slight change to this. We'll have the discussants first. I will call on Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili, who is joining us online, to share our thoughts on the subject, leadership dynamics, current realities, and way forward, especially to share your fears and hopes. A lot of times, Dr. Obiageli Ezekwesili has been associated with BBOG, the Bring Back Our Girls. But right now, what Nigerians are asking for is a different type of BBOG, Bring Back Our Gasoline. So, but at the moment, our focus clearly is on the leadership dynamics, the balance sheet, as we've called it, the current realities, which is our liability, and the way forward, which is our asset.
Well, thank you so very much, moderator. I do want to state clearly that I do not at any time take kindly to the matter of the girls who were abducted. So please don't ever make such analogy again. These human lives were involved in that tragedy and should not be a basis for any form of comedy, because we now see that the failure of governance that affected those girls is now become an institutionalized thing in terms of a governance failure of all citizens. Today, the matter of abduction and kidnap, which could have been tackled head on at the time that we were calling attention to it, has become an industry. There's no better way to really situate the lecture that we have today in honor of a distinguished Nigerian whose memory must stay with us for precisely some of the reasons that President Obasanjo highlighted, which is that the ethical construct that guides a human being can determine very much what the society in which that human being found himself or herself operating can ever be. My story with Akintola Williams, who we venerate as young ones in those days, that trained in the firm of Deloitte and Touche, Akintola Williams, was that to meet him on the passageway and to even have any form of interaction with him was enough to raise your social status. I mean, I would meet him on those days that he would come once a week or once a month, and he would say, well, "Good morning, sir." And then he answered and said, "How are you?" And I answered. If I walked into the room, into the office where we as rookies were being trained in Akintola Williams in those days, and I announced that Akintola Williams, I just met him. He actually said hello, and he asked how I was doing. Everybody would think, now you have greatness. Now, that is leadership. Leadership is that a person has so self-conducted, has the integrity, has the character, has the omoluabiness that President Obasanjo spoke about, to have so influenced a generation that we could see that through him we could be more and we could do more. So I have a personal story of all of us looking at Pa Akintola Williams and seeing him as a benchmark of the kind of professionalism we needed to exhibit in the course of our own history in life. So that's for one. The second thing is that for the topic specific on the current realities and the dreams and aspirations that we should have for the present and the future of Nigeria, I will reference to President Obasanjo again. He was a very good friend of Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew was a man who was very particular about the quality of leadership that he provided his country, as well as the quality of the teams of people that could work with him to provide to provide governance for his country. You know, Lee Kuan Yew was so particular about this. He was in a hurry. So one of the things he did was to always look out for the best of the people, the stars in his country, and he would already begin to design them toward public leadership. And what he did that really resonated with me was that he then instituted a program to train Singaporeans that he had identified were potential leaders of his society, and he would send them annually to the Kennedy School of Government to be trained in a deliberateness that we lack on our continent, and especially in our country. Why was he doing this? He was doing this because President Lee Kuan Yew, as a prime minister, realized that for anyone to solve the very complex problems of leadership, and in the way that he wanted Singapore to become a leading nation in the world, they needed to be at the cutting edge of competence and capacity. But that was not sufficient for him. The ethical conduct of the individual was fundamental to being chosen, to be improved on, to do any kind of academic training. So we do need to think in terms of the output from Singapore. Singapore started off the development block with us as a country and the rest of the continent, the number of the countries on our continent. Singapore's GDP today, per capita today, is about $80,000. $80,000, higher than the GDP per capita of the colonizing country, the Britain, at just about $50,000. Now, think of what leadership did in building. Now, home to Nigeria. If you looked at data, because I am not one for anecdotes, I say, in God I trust. Every other person, bring your data. So I bring my data. In the period of 2000 to 2007, we saw a sustained economic growth rate that meant that we could have a GDP per capita that tripled during that period. What has been the story since then? So it does say to us that we not only have a Singapore and a Lee Kuan Yew to look at and to draw reference from what it took to move toward nation building in the process of moving people out of poverty. But we also have even our own reference within us to look at and to say, what were the important things that mattered to create a basis for the sustained growth? And I'd ask you to please go and check data, because if we had enough time, I would have been putting up that data for you. But it is there. It shows that the period up until 2007 and some of 2007 to 2012 thereabouts, we actually did sustain economic growth. We sustained stability of a macroeconomic environment. We sustained the beginnings of a level of productivity in the country for a society like Nigeria, which has enormous potentials to become greater than in Singapore and do even development faster. The barriers that stand in our way now come clearly to be a matter of failure of leadership. And that is why I am so delighted that our institute is putting this this matter at the top of its agenda. And my final point is that it was Plato who said that those who consider politics to be beneath them will ultimately be ruled by their inferiors. Now, this is the story of most of Africa. In most of Africa, it's best elects themselves out of politics. As a matter of fact, I think President Obasanjo must sometimes look at us with sadness, because when he asked us to work with him, almost all of us that came into government not being politicians refused to be politicians. When I look back today to what opportunity was missed in that decision we had to think of ourselves as policy people and not as people who could do politics, I think that we were foolish. Nigeria suffers because Nigeria's politics is reading with those who should not be being at the forefront of building nations, because they are not nation builders. The mindset of nation builders are entirely different. The mindset of nation builders are not account builders, personal account builders. No, the mindset of nation builders is the builder's mindset. They build for the present. They build even more for the future. And for us to be able to achieve this, institutes like the Chartered Institute of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria can no longer stay on the sideline and open ledgers. There's much more to it. The foundation that the institute gave me has been the basis for every other thing that I have done in pivoting away from accountancy to economic policy. Nation building for Nigeria is going to require our institute being less narrow in the way that we see our role in nation building, to producing the kind of distinguished class of people in the model of Akintola Williams, so that the whole idea of serving society will become the primary basis for our existence. I thank you very much for the opportunity of joining.
Thank you, Dr. Ezekwesili. I would like to bring you back later, especially to share your thoughts on how, that's to Dr. Ezekwesili, how to share your thoughts on how we can get more women to join the discussion of nation building and leadership dynamics. We can clearly see that on this platform here, we have great minds, great thinkers, but all of us here are men. So it'll be great later on to get Dr. Ezekwesili back to share your thoughts on how we can get more women to participate in the discussion and be part of our plans of moving the nation forward on that subject. It's also important to also mention that the analogy of the BBOG, girls and gasoline was just a way for our introduction to share our thoughts on some of the current pressing issues that the nation currently faces. And by no stretch of the imagination are we comparing the pains of the girls and the families to the price of gas. At this point, I'd like to call on Professor Ataru Jega to, sir, share your thoughts on this subject, sir, especially on our electoral system and how leadership dynamics, the current realities and the way forward, and how we connect to our electoral system.
Your Excellency, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the chair of today's occasion, Your Excellency, Chief Emeka Anyoku, representative of the Governor of Lagos State, President of ICAN, lead presenter, panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the President of ICAN for inviting me to participate in this very important maiden lecture organized in honor of what I strongly believe is one of the iconic Nigerians who have contributed tremendously to our country in many respects, using also commendable leadership styles. I also would like to commend the guest speaker for really making a very good presentation. I got a copy of his presentation yesterday and I studied it and I listened to him today. And I think what he has done, it's a very good conceptualization of the concept of leadership. Very broadly, in terms of not only the attributes, but also the values that make for leadership, and also applying this by making reference to Mr. Akintola Williams, may his soul rest in peace. I think in terms of that conceptualization, there is probably very little for anyone to add. The only thing I want to say in these few minutes that I have is that it is important to recognize in the conceptualization of leadership also that there are levels of leadership. I think he has hinted to that, and it is important that in the context of Nigeria we recognize this. It is also important to recognize that in discussing leadership in Nigeria of today, we have to do it in the context of Nigeria of today. And I can understand as a technocrat, and given his professional inclinations, he had chosen to speak in abstract terms rather than delve into the key issues of contemporary Nigeria and the state of leadership in that regard. So I want to say a little bit of something also in that regard. First of all, on levels of categorization of leadership, he has mentioned this, although in passing. You can look at leadership from the level of the family, or from the level of the community, which is a grouping of families, or from the level of civil society, which is basically associational life, outside of the family, outside of the private sector, and outside of the public sector. And it's also important to recognize that leadership requirements vary from simple to complex organizations, especially complex organizations like a country or a state like Nigeria, with also different levels of complexity. Now, it's important to recognize that all values of leadership are important with respect to leadership in the family or in the community or in the civil society or at the state level. But the values and the skills and the competencies that are required also are more complex as the organizational setting becomes complex. Therefore, when you are thinking about leadership in a country like Nigeria, you really have to look at these broad issues of competencies, of skills, of knowledge, as well as how these are mediated by values and orientation, you know, and the ability to really pilot affairs and be visionary in the ways in which we do this. So, for example, ethical conduct, moral uprightness, and godliness are very, very important requirements. Yes, courage is required. Courage of conviction is required. But people who steal public resources are courageous enough to do it with impunity. So it's not just courage that you require, and not just courage of conviction, but courage backed on values that will ensure that what you do is selfless and is for the public good. And I think in Nigeria, when you look at leadership, particularly at the national level, you find that there are remarkable deficiencies. In fact, some scholars social scientists, political scientists, public policy experts now speak about a crisis of leadership in Nigeria, where, regrettably, whatever level of governance you look at, whether it is the level of representation of elected representatives of the people, or whether it is with regards to the judiciary and the role of adjudication, or the role of the executive branches of governance, absolutely there are very serious challenges with regards to leadership, in the way in which it manifests itself, in the way in which what becomes very, very clear, you know, it's not community service, selfless service, but greed and the satisfaction of personal or even primordial objectives. And I think it's a very, very serious issue that we need to address. Now, when you look at all these different gradations of leadership, certainly collapse of moral values at the family level also have an input to a large extent in terms of leadership in the public sphere. So addressing these challenges would obviously require a very, very serious focus and attention to how the issue of reorientation, the issue of imbibing moral values in the training and the upbringing of young men and women will go a long way in addressing this. But even more significantly, in the Nigerian context now, we find that people get to leadership positions, you know, without the requisite qualifications or the skills. And a lot of this has to do with the leadership recruitment by political parties for public offices. We all know, people talk a lot about this. You cannot build democracy. We are operating under what we call a liberal democratic context. And there are certain expectations of people who should get to leadership positions under this framework. As they say, you cannot build democracy without democrats. But when you allow political parties to be hijacked by people who are not only too self-serving, but are authoritarian and undemocratic, either because of the so-called influence of godfathers or money bags, then obviously you have challenges, particularly with regards to elections that you talk about. If the political parties are determined to bring people who lack the skills and the competencies to be leaders in these public sector organizations, there is very, very little that an electoral commission can do. Electoral integrity is key, but electoral integrity is not the business of an electoral commission alone. It is the business of all stakeholders who participate in the electoral process. And we've seen examples, 2019, even 2023, you know, where even the judiciary is playing terribly negative roles in terms of getting people who have the competence and who have the popular support to get into either House of Reps or Senate, or even in some executive positions. So frankly, to my mind, what we need to do in the context of Nigeria of today, given this crisis of leadership and this serious challenge of operating a country with the kind of challenges that we have in the context of 21st century, we need to be looking for dynamic leaders, and I'm saying this in contrast to the theme of discussion, which is leadership dynamics. Leadership dynamics is to talk abstractly about what it means and what are the requirements of being a leader. I'm saying that our emphasis in Nigeria is how do we get dynamic leaders, not only dynamic leaders, but transformational leaders. Because our country has got to a level where unless we are able to get transformational leaders, frankly, the challenges are so overwhelming, and that is what results in the death of spirit, if I can call it that, where young men and women who need to take pride in their country are actually getting away because they have literally lost hope in terms of how this country can be transformed. So we need transformational leaders. And to get these transformational leaders, we must find ways and the means of ensuring that the political parties who are at the helm of recruitment of leadership in the public sector, at all levels of the public sector, whether it's local government, state, or at the federal level. We need to find changes in which they will abide by the rules of the game, in which they will also operate as democrats and be led by democrats, and they will not just be preoccupied with getting people in power by hook or by crook. And I think it's very, very important that we pay attention to this. To my mind, all those attributes that he has mentioned, and some of which I will add, you know, it's very, very important to find ways and the means of ensuring that they are instilled in the processes of orientation and reorientation for the change of the family and all other levels of leadership up to the national level. I believe very strongly that for too long we have seemed to abandon politics and therefore leadership at the public sector level, you know, to people whose preoccupation is how to get power and how to use it, and who spend very little, if any, time about thinking what to do when they get this power. And that, to my mind, explains a lot of the crisis of leadership that we see. Because we have people, I mean, just imagine, it's only when somebody is elected as a president or as a governor that they will now begin to set up a committee that will do, what do you call it, a strategic plan or whatever for how they will govern in the period that they have as their tenure. And ordinarily, a leader has to have the understanding and the clarity and the vision, a personal one, which then he can compare with whatever advice he or she gets before they can translate it in their responsibilities in governance. But when leaders are too preoccupied how to get money, how to use this money to win elections, and only when they get the election, then they will now try to plan what they will do. And invariably, the routine work of a governor, of a president, even a local government chairman, once you get into office, is so overwhelming that you will have little time to think, little time to plan, and little time to implement. So this leadership recruitment process in our country, we need to view it properly. And we cannot sit back, and unfortunately that's the tendency among Nigerian elites. We sit back on the fence, we do sit-down look, we don't get involved, you know, and in the end, of course, what you have is what you get. And you have people who are there who get resources from the governance process and they use it to entrench and perpetuate themselves. So my clarion call is, yes, we need to know what leadership is, what are its attributes, but we also need to pay attention how to bring dynamic and transformational leadership in our public spheres. Obviously, there are good leaders, there are dynamic leaders, and they try their best to be transformative. But in our own context, they are very, very few as we speak presently. And many of them actually do not have the sufficient space to be able to do what is required in terms of providing good leadership, transformational leadership in the context of a liberal democratic system that we say that we are operating. Thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Just before I call on former governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibukile Amosun, who is wearing many caps here, is served in the executive, legislative, and we know he has a lot of friends in the judiciary. It's, it's that when Baba came in 1999, our maiden memorial lecture title, Leadership Dynamics, Current Realities and Way Forward, will have been relevant. So in his thoughts, it will be important for us to understand and ask ourselves the question about how do we avoid coming back in another 2.5 decades to still be discussing leadership dynamics, current realities, and way forward, because it's now 2.5 decades in our journey in this Fourth Republic. So we hope we'll get some of these answers, especially how do we avoid coming back to still discuss leadership dynamics, current realities, and the way forward, sir.
Thank you. Baba, Mukiyo, Shifemeka Yoku, good afternoon, sir. The representative of the governor of Lagos State, thank you. Greet my brother for me. The president of ICAN, the keynote speaker, thank you for keeping the flag flying. Thank you. The chairman of the past president of ICAN, thank you. Co-discussants, Professor Jega, thank you. All our KBSs, I recognize you. All the past president of ICAN, I recognize you. Council members, district, all the head of our district that are here, I recognize all of you. The children of Baba that are here with us, thank you. My brother Sheni and my sister Tokumbo, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank ICAN in a special way. Thank you for inviting me to this very important honor that we are giving to our late Doyen. Thank you. And I want to thank Deloitte, and I will use Folari, the CEO of Deloitte, as point of contact. Just like what I said, thank you for keeping the flag flying. I'm sure Baba will be very proud of what is happening now. Now let me say, without maybe repeating all what others have said about Baba Akintola Williams, leaders of leaders that is very selfless, leaders that has transformed a lot of people, leaders that is very innovative, leaders that people can trust, leaders that have integrity, leaders, just like Baba said, Omoluabi leader from a very rich pedigree and parentage. So thank you for inviting me. Now, having listened to Folari, I will say that what he has tried to do is to show what leadership has been. Leadership yesterday, leadership today, and what leadership will be in future. So, let me say something about leadership. Leadership is everything. Just like Professor Jeka said, either in our homes, in our various activity organizations and what have you, but where it is most felt, it is in governance. If you like, say, politics or public offices, that is where it is felt. Failure of leadership at that level will collapse everything. Clearly, our problem in Nigeria, and I'm happy Baba will oblige me this. I want to crave your indulgence because I would just want to speak from the heart, and Shivemeka Yanku that is here. Our problem in Nigeria is just leadership. Nothing else. Is leadership. Because when you get it right at that level, every other thing will fall in line. Leaders that can be trusted, leaders that people will believe in, leaders that people will know this is a selfless leader. This is somebody that we can believe, leaders that will say, do what I do and not what I say. Leaders that will lead from the front. Leaders that people will come to respect. And once you earn that respect, once you earn that selflessness, people know that, oh, this is a true leader. You won't believe it. They will follow you effortlessly. You'll be able to push them, be able to drive them. If you have this vision, however brilliant your vision may be, however good you may be, if you lack that integrity, if you lack that trust from the people that you are governing, nothing will happen. And that is why everything and anything we can do to continue to teach, particularly our young ones, about leadership and the importance of leadership, we will not get it right. I remember that I will just try to give practical examples. I remember that in 1982-83, when I went to serve in Makurdi, it was Nigeria Airways that I flew. Indeed, as a young student, they take us to the airport to see. Just like you are landing in Dubai today, you will see fleets of Nigerian Airways. Then you begin to ask yourself, how did we drop the ball? Is it not the same Nigeria that we have leaders in those days where everything seems to be working? People will say it's our population. Don't other climes that have population, are they not doing well? Is China doing well? Is India not doing well? I can continue and on like that. It is about the leaders that we have. What has happened to all of those airplanes that I talked about in this same Nigeria? Growing up, this is not the way Nigeria was. No. And just look at where we are now. It is nothing else but leadership. When you don't have selfless leaders, leaders that will look you in the face and say, this is where I'm going, and everybody will follow. I'm not here to probably sing the praise of anybody here, and probably Baba Obasanjo. No, but you could see that they are leaders, leaders that you will see, they are combatively in charge. They know what they want, and they will go for it. And people will believe them when they know that, oh, these are true leaders, these are selfless leaders, these are leaders that aren't thinking about themselves alone. Look at Baba Akintola Williams. Of course, I'm not close to him. I only got to know him when I became governor. Of course, in my attempts, in my attitude, I go to all the stakeholders of Ogun State. And I met with him. I said, Governor, with his deep voice, he said, oh, thank you for this. And he said, the next time you are doing your budget, I'll be there to come and see what you are doing. And lo and behold, he kept that word. That is what leadership is all about. He will come to Abeokuta even when it's not convenient for him to so do. At his very old age, after some time, he will come and sleep over. And just like what Folarin said, one day he came, he slept over, and I said, Baba, when it is 4 o'clock rest, we'll come and see you. I left my office exactly 4 o'clock. I got to the place around maybe 5 after 4. He said, Governor, you are late. I said, I'm sorry, sir. The following morning, he was there waiting. Immediately when we finished budget, he said he wanted to have a word with me. He looked at it and said, how are you going to generate this? Are you borrowing? You could see that still at that age, he's still mentoring me. He's still giving instruction. He was in charge. Absolutely. And I said, thank you, sir. And I explained to him. And he promised that the following year he would come. And he came. He attended 5 of our budget presentation. You could see determination. You could see selflessness that, oh, I want to attend. And he came, he told me that he wanted to do something that a sister of him is doing something. What are they doing? They are establishing old people home. I challenged myself, Baba, I don't believe in this. This is not the way, this is not part of our culture, that we are going to go and lock our old ones somewhere. He said, well, not every one of us can afford what I'm talking about. There are thousands of people there that they don't have opportunity when they are old to have a place to stay. You could see another personality in him, caring for others. That is by Akintola Williams. But if you come back home to this, our Nigeria, in 1991, I was marooned, stranded in Dubai. Just like what happened to us in Nigeria now. If you now just go to maybe Kwara, Akwa Ibom, wherever, when you fly there in the morning, you go for a program, you have to necessarily sleep over because the flight will just come, leave, you have to come the following day. That's what happened to me in Dubai in 1991. We were there, second day, we were waiting for plane, the third day we left. Look at what is happening in Dubai today. It is all about leadership. It is. I heard when Ezekwesili was speaking about, was it Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew? We can talk about Malaysia. We can talk about the UAE that we talk, but we can even use our Nigeria as an example. So a system in this, our Nigeria. Somebody was joking today. He said, oh, we have to thank people that bought fuel at 8.95. What is wrong with us? Why will it be difficult for government to say that in 3 years, refinery must work? If the old one, we cannot maintain it, Of course, it's been demonstrated. How can we not have Nigeria as in Nigeria? It is all about leadership. But it's not just leadership, will not just jump there and come down. No. It is what every one of us do. And Dr. Degas spoke to maybe how do we even get to this leadership that we are talking about. I am corporate too because I've had the opportunity. I've had the opportunity to lead. But I can say this, and I'm sure that's what I'm saying, that whatever Mr. A, whatever you do, whatever Mr. B does, once people have confidence in what you are doing, they will follow you. I came, I said, oh, I want to do this. The way our cities is not good. Let us begin to at least give us some kind of facelift. I started going around, and I have to thank Baba here. Thank you very much. I got there, everybody was afraid. Nobody can go and mark Baba Obasanjo's house. Nobody. We had ESCO meeting, they said, don't go there. Institution, don't go. I said, okay, no problems. I went to Baba that we want to start so. He said, go ahead. So I went there. We demolished his fence, we demolished part of his building. Not just one, about 2, 3. So before going to his own, I went to mine. About 5, our ancestral home, everything, my family place, we demolished. It got to a stage that I asked whoever, if Baba Obasanjo can obey the law, who the hell are you that will not obey? It's for the good of all, not just for one person. And I'm happy today, Baba will even call me and say, I want to take one thing away from that. I want all of us to take this away from what I want to say. People are now on their own, removing their roofs. Because it's, Amosu is coming to do it. I will now have to go and be saying, please, it's not your turn yet. Don't remove. Nobody gave me any problems. It is because they have that trust in me. When we came, they said people were stealing. They were doing this, they were doing that. I said, no problems. When they see that I'm not stealing, everybody will follow suit. And to the glory of God, when people say this, say that, during our time, Ogun State became the industrial capital of Nigeria. President Jonathan came 5 times to commission different industries. We moved our IGR from 720 million that I met monthly to 7.4 billion within 8 years when we were living. It means once people believe in what you are doing, everybody will follow suit. Everybody will be with you. Can you imagine a scenario where as a nation we still find it difficult? And you begin to ask yourself, what is wrong with us as a nation? What is wrong with us? It is all about leadership. Once we get the right leaders, of course, it wasn't as bad as it is now. Things are getting bad gradually, getting bad gradually. By the time we come, and I pray that in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we will not come back and be saying the same thing. But I'm comforted with something. 1, I'm an incredible optimist. 2, I know that these, our millennials and this Gen Z, they will drive all of us out. If we continue with what we are doing, they will not, no, they will not. All the money we are spending on them, you send them to this. Look at everybody every day. People leave. They are leaving Nigeria. At some point, I said, no, this is not good for us as a nation. And gradually it's happening. So if care is not taken, very soon, they will go after all of us. And they will drive us away. And when they do, place today, the 3rd day they will not even know you've been there. People will be telling themselves, oh, I need to get out. Now, even before you leave your house, at the touch of a button, you know what technology has done. Everybody is aware. So there's no hiding place for us anymore. People are ready for us, particularly the younger ones. And they will use their votes at the appropriate time to say if you people cannot shape in, then they will shape us out. And I'm sure very soon we will do the right thing so that at least these our fears, of course, well-founded one at that, people will begin to see that, oh, this is what we should do, this is what we should do. In those days, you can sit down and say, oh, Baba Sokwe, that is the kind of leadership. Somebody will be there, taking authority of everything, like a commander, like a manager, just like what he said. But these days, it's not like that anymore. No. You can't even tell them that they will tell you, they will challenge you, no. Even that they touch a body, so it's not like that, this is the way it is. So you have to now sit down with them. Let them know. It will be very, I mean, you have to collaborate. Let them, you will explain what you are doing to them. You will have to carry them along. And that's nobody can tell them anything. They will not. So the way leadership was then is different now. And the way it's going to be tomorrow is different from what it is today. Clearly now, all that we are saying now, as I'm speaking here, you know what I know. In the state, everybody is watching. If it is being live streamed, everybody is watching it. So the time that we can begin to dodge, the time we can begin to hide some things, is over. Somebody came here now and said, Baba, thank you for giving us GSM. It's true. Because now, everybody knows what is happening. And COVID, just like you said, opened our eyes widely. During those times, leaders will come and say, oh, I must see all of you, I must do this. It's not even happening anymore. You will see people with new normal. People who work from home, virtual meetings. We just saw one now, at least. Obi just join us virtually. He may be in the state for crying out for, nobody knows. And that is what things are changing. And we must begin to change with the system. Now they've talked about, oh, how do even we governors, everybody, politicians get in? Of course, they said the procedure is suspect, is this, is that. But for me, yes, let it even happen. But when we get there, if you want to do the right thing and we have the right attitude, the right integrity, people will trust us and we will get it right. When we begin to put the right peg in right hole, and I'm not holding forth for Baba, of course, it's a pan-African, pan-Nigeria, pan-everything. It will work with anybody. I don't need to know you. It will just be, you can do the job, meritocracy, and you get the job. Whether you are from this, whether you are from that, it will not matter where you are from. And when you get the right people in the right position, of course, we will develop. So, for me, I think when you look at the paper, this is what we know. Nigeria is not bereft of ideas, so we have best brains. Indeed, look at what happened to us. We went to Olympics, no, not one single medal. Just wait for it. About 4 or 5 or 6 of people that are Nigeria, some of them left from here when they felt that, oh, the way they are treating us is not good, no facility, this, that. And they got medal, gold, silver for other nations. So what does that tell you? It tells you that something is abysmally wrong with our system. Yes, just like what I said, I am not saying, oh, I am not part of it. No, I've been part of it. I am still part of it. But we should learn and take corrections, take lessons. That the way we are going, people are suffering. That is the truth. Yes, people are going through hell. So I pray that the next time we are going to be meeting, particularly talking in the memory of this great man, we will say, oh, thank God, we have now created probably a leadership institute or something that even in all our schools, people will know this is the importance of maybe when we have good leaders. For me, Nigeria will get there. We are going to get there, clearly. We will. Just if there is no car that is not here. We do not have a leader that will say, wait a minute, Toyota, if you fail to come and assemble here within the next 3 years, your cars will not come to Nigeria again. They will have to. If you need to subsidize, we will subsidize. Mercedes-Benz, if you are not having a plant here in the next 3 years, of course. I think the way we are going, Nigeria will need what I call a disruptor, a benevolent one. That's what I pray for, so that at least we will get to where we should. But I know that all is not lost. Trust me, all is not lost. We will get there. And yes, people may be saying, this is not Nigeria that we pray for, but gradually we'll get to that Nigeria that we all desire. Thank you very much.
All is not lost. Please, a bigger applause for Senator Ebikunle Amosun. With the kind permission of Mr. Chairman, we will be going into questions and answers. He's also asked that members of this audience should please, you'll be given sheets of paper for anyone that's interested in asking questions. I'll ask my big brother and co-anchor, Sheson Kwande, to please help collect this question so that we'll quickly go into that. While that is going on, Mr. Chairman, sir, will you?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have half an hour for questions and answers. And I would suggest that if you have any question, please raise your hand and, if possible, identify the target of your question. But if not, I think the discussants and the keynote speaker would be free to answer the question. So may I invite the first person to?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes. Oh, okay. All right. Microphone, you have one, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency, the former President, Mr. Jaga, my hero. I stand on the existing protocol. My name is Olatunde Patience, membership number 061674. I am an accountant that have now diversified into farming. I'm standing before you that I am seeking your patronage and support to grow, because one of the way forward, as we have narrated today, is going back into agriculture. I will appreciate, before this program closes, if some group can come together and give us a maximum support, because there is hunger in the land. Thank you.
What is this?
Good afternoon, sirs. Standing on existing protocol, my name is Odumbaku Saburi, FCA. My question to the discussants is this. I said, looking at the current realities of leadership in our country, it seems we all agree that to lead a nation or an organization goes beyond the formal education alone. Informal education also forms a significant profile to look at. And looking at our environment today, compared to when we are growing up, there is absolute lack of morality, which form the major basis of informal education. What can we do to bring back morality to our society? This is very key, because the leaders we have today, they don't have empathy at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take. Okay, let me attend from the back so that I don't look and see.
I greet everyone on high table. I stand on existing protocol. I want to ask questions in respect of leadership and successful leadership. My name is Damison or Moshola, FCA. Now, we have seen in this country that when people are in power, they seem not to understand the system, but when they come out of the place, they now decide to suggest to people there. The question I want to ask, what prevented them when they were there to understand the dynamics so that they can implement a legacy that will be enduring? Number one. Number two question is about our budgetary system. Now,
may I suggest that you ask a question rather than a statement?
No, I've not. I asked question. I said, why is it that they did not understand it when they were there to establish processes that will be enduring, rather than after they've left the place, they are now telling us what ought to have been done? That is my question. The second question is about our budgetary system. As a nation, you discover that over time, we have this deficit budgeting. Deficit budgeting. Why is it difficult for us to identify our needs and our revenue and budget what we have and spend what we have rather than this rolling deficit every year? Thank you, sir.
With the permission of Mr. Chairman, maybe just one more, a gender balanced. I'll give it to a woman, then I'll come back upstage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your Excellency, good afternoon, sir. Former President of Obasanjo. Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on existing protocol. My name is Kemi Ademuyiwa. My questions are to Professor Jaga and former Senator Ibikunle Amusu. It's on this electoral issue. You discussed that when the people that are being voted in, it is people that are nominating them. That means they are being nominated by the parties. That maybe the electoral body don't have anything to do. What is the Electoral Institute doing about it? I mean, maybe a body, like a professional body for elections. What are they doing to streamline, even when an electoral officer, maybe what there is to call maybe the chairman of the election. I think they have an what do they usually do to that kind of person, as in to empower him or her that this is what the number of votes that I saw that I counted. I'm not changing these numbers. And later, they will not go to that person's house to burn the houses of the family or the children. That's one question that I want to ask. But they can even put forward to maybe Nigeria at a large. Then, Senator Amosusa, you talk about that maybe the Gen Z are leaving. Yes, they are leaving. And you are now even talking about that. Even they will come back and be chasing the leaders that are there. So what way can this Gen Z start coming in now? As in maybe through backdoor, you start doing this, start doing that. And it's even for everybody that is seated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we'll give it to response because of want of time and possibly some of the papers that we have. Jide, over to you.
Thank you, Sheson. All the papers I have here with me are interesting. They're all directed to President Obasanjo. And Mr. Chairman, the questions are summarized. How can we move Nigeria forward?
How can we move Nigeria forward? I think that is why we are here. If you ask me, what is one thing that Nigeria lacks? In one word, I will say leadership. And you cannot move Nigeria forward without leadership. We have had leadership defined, explained, in simple way, but the point really is this. As I said, what is the character of the people that you have as your leaders? And let us not deceive ourselves. If you have a characterless leader, then you will not move any human institution forward. Any human institution, not just Nigeria. So, what are the attributes that your leaders must have? Whether it's leader in a local government, in a village, or even our traditional rulers. What are the attributes that they must have? First, they must understand the community they are serving. I always say Nigeria is a complex country You must understand that. But Nigeria is not a difficult country to manage. You have to be honest with yourself. You have to be honest with Nigerians, and you have to be honest with your God. But let me give you an example. I went to a state when I was president, and I said to them, one of your governors that passed through here has not done well. He was corrupt. And he said, one got up and said, it's our money, let him spend it. Now, if that is your attitude, then you decide, you decide what you get. And as I said, consequence. If you do wrong and you are not punished for it, why should the other one not do wrong? And why should he be punished for it? Consequence. Accountability. And there's nothing. And somebody asked, you go, when you are there, you don't do anything. When I was there, I did everything that I should do for Nigeria. And I can beat my chest and say that I took over the affairs of Nigeria as elected president with 3.7 billion naira in reserve. And we were spending 3.5 billion naira to service debt. That is, you can't go on that way. So what did I do? I decided we must get debt relief. And I went out for it. Even though we were 5th country in all exporting in the world. And we got debt relief. Not only did we get debt relief from a quantum debt of 36 billion naira, we came to a quantum debt of 3.6 billion naira. I left with over 25 billion naira in what we call excess crude. That is the money we save from the budget and what we actually receive. And we had a reserve of over 45 billion naira. All that went. All of it went. Not only did it go, then we now have well over 36 billion naira debt that I wiped out by 2007. So you don't need an oracle to tell you what you need. You need leaders that have knowledge. And the world that you have there, we behave like ostrich. We query ahead, and we think that the world doesn't know us. They know us more than we know ourselves. They know us more than we know ourselves. I was going to Oslo. We had our election primary and thinking going on here. The man, Donald Kaberuka, who was doing the job that Akintola was doing, is doing now, saw me. I line up in Dubai to go into the plane, and he shouted, "Oh, President Obasanjo, when did Nigeria become like Jesus Christ? One thief on the right, one thief on the left." Now you imagine my my embarrassment. So all I could say to him, I said, well, God hasn't finished with Nigeria yet. Done, bye-bye. But he knows what he's talking about. Don't you, Nigerian, don't you know what he's talking about? And then you deceive yourself. And we are deceiving ourselves when we think and believe that because he's my kith and king, that's why he should be there. This morning, as I woke up, somebody called me from the north and said, look, 80 people were killed in one place. I think, where is it? Yobe. Yeah, he said 80 people were killed in Yobe. And, I said, that's a pity. He said it's not just that. 150 were killed in Sokoto after the traditional ruler was... So it's nobody and nowhere you will say, oh yes, it doesn't concern me. If it concerns them in Yobe and it concerns them in Sokoto, it can concern them in Abeokuta. It can concern them in Imo, Owerri. So we have a problem and we know the answer. The answer is the right person. Now, you cannot put when thieves are looking for chief, they will not allow you to put a policeman as their chief. They will only put a thief like them. And for as long as you have a thief like them as their chief, you aren't getting anywhere and you aren't going anywhere. If you put a policeman as their chief, then you are going to have a difference.
I would suggest that any of the discussants would, if any of the discussants would want to speak, or the keynote speaker, please do so.
Just to say quickly, you asked how the Gen Z will take over. It is through their voters card, nothing else. You need to get involved. And I'm sure that they are getting involved every day when you see the social media and what have you. They've taken over, they've dominated, but I know that we will get it right before you said you want to take over. And the gentleman that asked, I'm happy that Baba has answered. I'm not here to pontificate, to say, oh, this is what I've done, this is what I've done. But it is just to let people know that the problem we have is about leadership. And I said, I'm not exonerating myself. So it is not about me, it's about all of us. And the moment we get it right, everybody will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was a question about why are we doing deficit budgeting. I suppose the question is, the more you do this, the more you plunge into debt and therefore create more problems for the economy. I think there are some global financial institutions that think that capitalist development can be predicated on deficit budgeting. I think the counter to that is what some scholars call zero-based budgeting. And personally, I would rather see a situation in which we cut our coat according to size, rather than just keep spending what we don't have. which to a large extent means deficit budgeting. So it's a matter of choice, and leaders can make the wrong choices or what they think are informed choices, and those choices may have serious negative consequences for a country's development. I think His Excellency President Obasanjo has addressed this issue of how to move Nigeria forward. All I can say is that there are also expectations from our leaders, and if we don't see those expectations, we also need to find ways and means of organizing and putting pressure as citizens, as voters, as electors, in terms of how to address these challenges. Those who find themselves in leadership positions must, of course, lead by example. They must comply with the laws and the rules and the regulations so that they can inspire others by that example, and ensure also that those whom they lead comply with the rules and the regulations. And if they don't, then as citizens we have an obligation, using the democratic means available to us, to ensure that we bring sufficient pressure on our elected leaders to do the right thing. And if they don't, that's where the option is always there. Either at the local level or lower levels, you can recall. Our Constitution provides for recall, and if you are unable to recall within a tenure, then you can use the election to ensure that you replace those leaders with better quality leaders. I think the challenge, as I mentioned earlier on, is many of us try to be onlookers, especially enlightened elite. The ordinary people have challenges with either illiteracy or lack of enlightenment, but we as elite don't have that luxury. We can't be onlookers. We have to get involved one way or the other. Transforming the political parties would require activists who can initiate positive changes and democratize the process. If we stay and look, then of course the bad people will continue to have a field day. And I think that's not an option for us in this country, given where we are and where we want to go. Thank you very much.
May I answer some of the questions also? Can you hear me, Mr. Moderator?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think time is running against us, but if Obi wants to say a brief word, please do so.
Okay. All right. So it looks like, Mr. Chairman, the country finds itself in a quagmire, but we clearly know that it doesn't have to remain so. And therefore, I wish to put on the table the necessity for the country to have an important conversation, a conversation that will lead to Nigerians agreeing what our shared values are, because the values and the lack of it really amount to the basis of poor leadership recruitment process that we see. Agree our vision. What is our rallying vision as a people? That would make us understand that all regions of our country have potentials that can be unlocked for the benefit of all. We do need to have an agreed identity. Right now, there is so much that has affected the notion of our agreed identity. Inclusion, justice, and equity, as well as equality of opportunities, are important principles to enable us to have that. When we agree at a table of conversation, the importance of these three things that are called nation formations, which we once had, but did not optimize. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that as a country, we would design our pathway back to that place where we have the kind of leadership, not just at the center, but at every level, conversation and experience it takes to govern our society. When we do have that, we would need to understand that a a constitution of the country will become the bedrock on which action will be consequential. Like President Obasanjo has said, time and over.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
For again during this event.
Thank you. I think, did you want to say very briefly? Yes.
I'm aware a number of us in the room and some other people that may have joined us, the concept of budgeting and balancing budget is quite a controversial one. And I know Professor Atairu Jega has actually attempted to answer. But the reality of it is, if a nation or any environment or country organization states to say, I'm going to run my system by ensuring that my expenditures matches my revenue, I think there will be a lot of challenges around that. And I think within the accounting environment or within the economic environment, this is something that we need to be careful about. If we're akin to development, then we cannot insist that our budget must stick with the level of our revenue. That would be a mismatch. It shows that that country will not develop and there won't be progress. Because there's always a growing demand for social, economic infrastructure and for future development. A nation or every organization must think beyond that and look at what other sources can I annex in order to bring development earlier or quicker to people. A good example we can point to is when you look at even the taxation revenue. If you insist that until you have the revenue from the tax or from the oil sources, you will never develop. Today, Saudi Aramco declared $121 billion profit. But if you look back into how the company and the country decided to do, they went after to raise funds globally. But today, what they raised in terms of the profit they realized is sufficient to pay for their debt. Saudi Arabia today is developing a nano city, and they are spending trillions of dollars. They're not waiting to say until they generate the revenue. They've raised the money, and they're developing a nano city that will be a city of the future. So within us, it's also good to say we need to balance budget. What we need to be thinking about is what level of checks and balances are we putting to leadership? To what level are we participating in the running of our affairs and the governance so that we can put in all the instruments of checks that when we go out to raise funds, to finance budget, we're getting the absolute returns that we desire. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think before the representative of the Akintola Williams family comes to say a few words to us, I would like to say that from all the comments about values and attributes for good leadership, all of them we have noted carefully, and they're all very well said. But my last word would be on the way forward. I've had an occasion to say in the past that if for Christians you were talk about Angel Gabriel, for our Muslim brothers and sisters you'll talk about Malaika Jibril, if they were brought to Nigeria to govern Nigeria under the present constitution, they will not succeed. That's the point I have made, and I still want to make. That for Nigeria to move forward, to realize its deserving potentials, it needs a new constitution that takes note of Nigeria being a pluralistic country. Because the examples all over the world is that pluralistic countries that address their pluralism succeeded. those that did not address their pluralism disintegrated. And those of us who are given to Nigeria would not want the disintegration. So my last words is that we need a new constitution. Having said that, I think
before we invite, I want to invite the president to make presentation to all the paper presented.
Before the family?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. With the permission of the president, of the chairman. Please, a round of applause for our chairman of session. That's a beautiful way to actually bring this discussion to a close. But in our tradition in the Institute, we do appreciate people that have actually spent out quality time to be part of a program like this. And I will be inviting the Diamond President as he make presentation to some of our panelists that we have here. The first presentation we go to our virtual participant, Dr. Mrs. Obiageli Ezekwesili, FCA. Can we have someone standing to collect on behalf? Okay, my dear LTS, please can you stand in to collect for Dr. Ezekwesili? And this will definitely get across to you, ma.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Dear LTS, please stand in and collect for Dr. Ezekwesili. Please, let's appreciate her for that wonderful presentation. The next presentation we go to the former governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibikunle Amosu, CON, FCA. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes. And the next presentation goes to Professor Atairu Jega, OFR. Let's appreciate them as chartered accountants and let them know we celebrate success. The next presentation we go to our lead paper presenter, Mr. Fatai Folarin. Please, a round of applause for him. And the next presentation goes to the chairman of session, who has coordinated and moderated this session perfectly. Our own father, grandfather, Chief Emeka Anyako, GCON, GCVO, CFRCON. And the last but not the least, go to our special guest of honor, who has squeezed out time to be part of this program today. Make it loud for Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR. Give it to Baba anytime, any day. Give it to Baba. Baba definitely is the chief patron of we the Gen Z. The energy is there anytime, any day. On that note, okay, with the permission of the chairman, please, can we have a group photograph before we have the representative, all the people on the I table? So group photograph, all the people on the I table. To be joined by the son and daughter of Doyen. They are the reason. Please, Mr. Shaney and Mr. Kumbo, please join them. Please hold it. We have Tokumbo and Shaney joining them. Okay. She's coming, sir. They're saying you should come to the other side, yeah. Please let the revered past president, please. After this, you can join them for a group photograph too. Our revered past president, and thereafter we'll come to royalty. Please, our revered past president, let's join them here to be part of this photograph. Mr. Sheney, don't go yet. Just still stay. And the past president are coming to join them. Pardon me. Olori Ebi, please, you have to join them, ma. Pardon me. Our revered past president, please join them. After our revered past president, we expect the royalty to please come up after our revered past president's photograph session. Please, I want to make a very fast announcement. Our speakers, ICAN-ngr, just anywhere you're comfortable with, ma. But I think you can go beside the chairman of session so that we can mix it up. So please, we want to implore our paper presenters, discussants, to please give us like 5-7 minutes after the closing of the program. ICAN-ngr, our media house, wants to have an engagement with you so that we can project this on our station that we have. So please, all our paper presenters, will just take like 5-7 minutes so that the ICAN-ngr team, so please be on standby. Okay, thank you very much. Let's invite royalty, our obas that are here. Kabiesio, please. And after the royalty, please, I want to implore our council member to get set. They will take picture, then we will invite Ms. Tokumbo to come and give a remark. But please, after the royalty, let the council members be getting ready. After the royalty, the council members. Please, the families of the Williams who want to take pictures with you, but please, the council member, let's come up and we'll round it off with the families of the Williams. The family of the Williams, after the council members, with the those on the high tables, we take the family of the Williams, and thereafter we'll have the remarks from the representative of the Doyen's family in person of Ms. Tokumbo Williams. So please, council member, and thereafter the Williams family. Council member, please, let's advance forward. Yeah, just let's move with the... So sorry, people on the high table, we have the council member join you. Mr. President, please, people on the high table, the council member will want to take pictures with them. Okay, photographer, please. Council member, can we be behind those dignitaries? Let's change our own style. Fiti. And please, after this, the family of Williams, once they step out, let's be behind them too. I think some of us can go to the other end too. Council members. Okay, thank you very much. Please, the Williams family, let's just be behind the guests, dignitaries. Let's just stay behind them. And it will not be nice to have all these photographs and the MCs are not snapping pictures with the dignitary. It will look as if we didn't come to this program, even though they've been hearing about it. So please, the photographers, the families are here. Let's move in. Let's move in. Let's move in. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you, the family. On that note, let me invite Ms. Tokumbo Williams for our remarks on behalf of the family. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, the chairman, president, the president with the capital P, former, Professor Jega, Senator, Governor Amosun, and the past president. Thank you all very, very much. It's been a long day for all of you, and we're very grateful as a family that you've taken the time, the trouble, and the effort to enlighten us on leadership and the way forward. And hopefully your views will be aired well, and this Gen Z that the former governor of Ogun State is so keen on, maybe they will well, go forward and find leaders amongst themselves, because other than that, things are really very grim for the country. But with that, having said that, I'm very grateful also to all our guests who came today, to ICAN for doing all the organizing in very, very good style, good-humoredly, for making the bust of our father. We are very grateful, and we appreciate everything you've done in our father's memory. Thank you all very, very much indeed, and have a good journey home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumbo. We appreciate that. On this note, we're gradually coming to the end of the program. Let me invite the Vice President of our great institute for the vote of thanks. Put it together for Malam Aruna Yaya, MNI FCA.
The Diamond President of ICAN, Chief DCS Alaribe, members of the Akintola Williams family, the special guest of honor, sir, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo GCFR, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, Governor of Ogun State, Chairman of the session, Chief Emeka Ayoku, GCON, GCVO, CFR, CON. The Chairman, Body of Past President, Sir Abat Agbebi, FCA, our revered past presidents present here, immediate past president, the keynote speaker, Mr. Fatai Folarin, Chief Executive Officer of Deloitte, the discussants, my brother, Professor Atairu Jega, Dr. Obi Ezekweselisi, Senator Ibikule Amosu, FCA, the Register Chief Executive of the Institute. On behalf of the 60th President and the Governing Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, I extend our deepest gratitude to the family of our venerable doyen, Mr. Akintola Williams, FCA. Your generosity in allowing us to celebrate Akintola Williams in this special occasion is acknowledged. We thank you very much. We also thank the Council for approving the team and this function. We thank the paper presenter, the keynote speaker, the discussants, and everybody present. I know the time is well spent. We particularly appreciate the special guest of honor. He promised us and he has kept his promise. Thank you very much, sir. The chairman of occasion, we thank you very much, sir, for honoring our invitation, and we look forward to seeing you more and more again. We wish you long life so that you can nurture your young boys. The Gen Z, we thank you very much, sir, for giving us the impetus to take over. We will do as much as expected through ballot box. The chairman of BOPP, sir, we thank you for attending this function. We thank you for the leadership you provide to the organizing committee to ensure that we have success of this event. To my council members, we thank you all for sitting down with us throughout the period. My professional colleagues, those from Lagos District, we thank you for coming. Despite the fact that the petrol has gone up, you are able to attend the function. We thank you very much. We also thank the MCs and the other media organizations present here. We wish everybody safe journey back to your respective destinations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, for that vote of that. On that note, may I humbly request us to be upstanding for us to take the ICAN anthem and the national anthem. Please, for our speakers for today, just give us like 10 minutes for our media team to engage you for some question so that we can have that give to our members for our program called ICAN-ngr, which will share the link with you to be part of it. Technical team, the ICAN anthem, and the national anthem.
Let's go, ICAN fount of treasure in triumph of an array, standing stronger in harmony, building a land together. Dreams of a founding fathers, we are striving to attain our dreams and values that we share. Through all ages we sustain. Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Noble ICAN, noble ICAN, your accuracy we cherish. We uphold your integrity.
The national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you very much. On that note, we have come to the end of it. Like I said, please, I learned we need a few minutes for our discussions. Mr. President, please step forward. Okay, are you having it here? Okay. Please, our presenter, just have your seat here. The team will just engage you for the next 5-10 minutes for our ICAN-ngr. Yeah. Yeah, so just have your seat here, sir. Yeah.
I'm afraid
President. So the 5 of them, they need that picture. So please, be on standby.